We good, Chris? All right, good evening. My name is Bill Haddad. I'm the school board president. Let me introduce our board, our vice president, Mr. Lauren Crosby, Mr. Tim Bazan, Mr. Wes Hood, Mrs. Debbie New, Ms. Kathleen Niles, and Mrs. Tracy Quinn. Our superintendent of schools, Sean Becerra, our assistant superintendent of special education, RTL and technology, Mr. Chris Clancy, and our school district business leader, Mr. Nick Panuccio. If I can please have you stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good evening. We are in the virtual mode still. All right, starting out. Routine matters. Number 1, resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the board does hereby approve the following routine matters. Minutes from April 14th and April 21st, 2020. CSE recommendations that are part of your packet. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion, corrections? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Carried. Public comment. I did not receive any emails. Nick, I'm just going to double check with you.
No comments.
Okay. For those who are watching, if you would like to, if you at least by noon on the board meeting day, if you submit those to the BOE at Canastota CSD.org email address, we would address your comments and be able to do that. Tonight we have 3 presentations, one from Chris Clancy, one from the superintendent, and one from our superintendent and business officials. The first one on the agenda is Mr. Chris Clancy to talk a little bit about our remote learning and our technology update. I'm going to turn it over to you. We do.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I can hear you. Okay. We'll come back to you, Chris. Yeah, we'll come back to you. It's fine.
Was the problem, Chris, just when you were sharing your screen, you're saying? Was it just when you were trying to? Okay. All right. So on the agenda tonight was resolution making some modifications to our central office administrative structure. This has been a process that's been in the works for quite some time. And actually, shortly after I started here at Canastota, and since that point, we've been monitoring, evaluating our administrative structure. Obviously, a couple of things have happened in the course of the year that caused us to take further steps, given the exit of our deputy superintendent at the end of December. At that time, we decided that we would do a full and complete evaluation of our structure and then make recommendations with the new structure heading into the new school year starting in July. So what I'm going to talk about tonight is sort of a culmination of all of those things coming together. So there are a couple of things that we wanted to address. One, our operational efficiency. And by that, I mean, there are a lot of things on our plate. There are a lot of things that are important for us to address. We want to have the best instructional program that we can possibly have. In recent times, we also see some of the curveballs that have been thrown us and that we've had to adjust quickly to things like remote learning. We also still have a target designation. And so our vertical coordination, alignment, consistency between buildings and grade levels and departments is going to be extremely important to us. So operational efficiency was a priority. And so we wanted to make sure that we created a structure that made sure that we had the right people in the right places paying attention to the things that were critical to our success. Secondly, it was imperative that we were respectful to our taxpayers. That meant that we wanted to put together a plan while addressing all of these instructional and programmatic needs that did not place additional burden on our cost. And so the plan that we're going to be talking about tonight not only is not an increase in our central office administrative costs, but actually represents a reduction in central office administrative costs. So just to hit some of the highlights, and again, there are multiple layers to this, but some of the key points involves abolishing the deputy superintendent position. It entails some shifting around of current responsibilities. And so there are updated titles for our central office administrators. Mr. Clancy, currently assistant superintendent for special programs, RTI, and technology, would now shift to assistant superintendent for instruction and special programs. So he would still have oversight of the special programs, but this plan also introduces an assistant part-time director of special programs. We felt that after a close analysis, not only by ourselves, but in bringing in an outside consultant early on in the year to evaluate our program, this was critical to be able to put our instructional staff and obviously our students in a better position. So we feel good about this move from both a functional and a cost standpoint. And then finally, some of those duties that had been associated with the deputy superintendent position still needed to be handled. We have recommended the creation of a director of student support, instructional support services. So those new positions, again, to summarize, take care of all of the major operational functions that need to be addressed within the district. It would move our from 2 assistant or deputy superintendent positions in the district to 1, and it would represent a cost reduction to the overall central office administration. Obviously, this is all coming together now. We felt that it was important to create these positions so that we can start to move forward, advertise these positions, and then staff these positions as we go into the new year. So that's sort of a quick summary of that overall process. Anybody have comments or questions on that?
How much would the cost savings be approximately?
Well, we can be more precise. We know there'll be savings. Part of it depends on, where we end up after, when the candidates are selected. We can follow through and give you a more exact number. We know it's going to be a savings. I can be more exact, in the next few weeks, but it certainly is we can confidently say it'll be a cost reduction.
Anything else? Any other questions? Chris, how are you doing?
I think I'm good.
Okay, if there's no other questions for the superintendent, I'm going to turn it back over to Chris Clancy.
Thank you, Mr. Haddad. So I'm going to share my screen in just a minute as well. But before I do, I just want to thank the board for the opportunity to share this information with you all today, because, there's been a lot hanging behind the scenes and with our students while school's been closed. So this information, I think, is kind of a beginning bit of information for all of you and for the community. And I'll just say that I tried to capture some of the things that I think are at the top of everyone's list with remote learning. And then, if there are follow-up questions, I can certainly come back and share some more. So with that. There we go. Like I said, there were a lot came on to Mr. Pacetta about sharing with you folks tonight, and tried to capture some of the most important pieces of information. And I reached out to some people in the district too to gather some of that as well. So these are the things that I kind of narrowed it down to that I want to share with you. A quick review of the timeline since school closed, just to kind of give you a perspective of some of the steps that we've taken in the district. Some feedback about how remote learning has affected us, some of the components of our remote learning program that we've established. I want to talk a little bit about tools in our toolbox, social emotional health, and then ahead. And then at the end, I have a presentation that actually came to me today from Mr. that I'd like to share. I think one will enjoy. So looking at the timeline for the from the perspective of remote learning since school closed, when this happened, things were kind of upended for everyone very quickly. And I think I want to start by commending the district, the employees, the teachers, the entire staff, just by how quickly and how well I think they were able to respond in such a short amount of time to start to put it together. And really what's happened over time is as this pandemic and as the orders from the governor have kind of come through and we've extended the closure, we've tried to, as a district, be responsive to some of the things that have, and some of the concerns that have been shared from members, from students, from teachers, and from parents. So that with each of these phases that we've rolled out with our learning plan, we've so our first response in the middle of March was very quick, and our goal was to try to maintain normalcy as could for students. And then as time has gone on, we've started to introduce new work and some different expectations for students so that we can make sure that we're continuing learning. So these phases that are on the screen are each of the periods of time that we've had our staff kind of look at where they're at with their curriculum and also look ahead to the next few weeks of instruction. And these are opportunities for families to come and pick up materials. Sometimes they've been family, depending on their level, and sometimes it hasn't if the work has been online. I would anticipate we would have additional phases as we start to wrap up school year. So this page, I'm going to put it for you and just for you to kind of read, because I don't plan on going through each of these items, but I think they're all very important. This is information that I thought would be worth acknowledging as we kind of get into this conversation around remote learning, because I think there are really two sides to it. And the first thing that I wanted to share with you are a lot of the really positive things that have come out of this. Like I said, being upended in the middle of March. Things we plan on and things we hadn't really had to think about deeply have really kind of risen to the top. And so this list that I'm sharing with you now are some of the things that were shared by staff members and some of the principals in the building around some of the good things that have come out of this remote learning process and school closure. And the thing at the top that I actually have added to the list, as you'll see in a second, is this concept of unintended disruption. I think that's a thing that you can get in different ways. While it's uncomfortable and not something that people don't enjoy to be disrupted, it is really also an opportunity for us to start to think about things differently. And that's really what everyone has had to do in the last few months while school has been closed. And these things are kind of the result of that. We have a lot more collaboration happening that has kind of been a great opportunity for our staff members. We have lots of new tools in our toolbox that I'll talk a little bit about in a few minutes. We actually have students who were really struggling in the traditional school setting and classrooms who are now thriving. Not all of them, but we have kids that, we were really working hard on trying to engage them school session. We're now finding success with the model because it kind of matches the kind of learning that they're looking for. Spent a lot of time thinking about mental health, social and emotional learning, and I'll talk a little bit about that shortly as well. Remote learning in school closure has brought, and for sure, that I also want to acknowledge, because while it's kind of forced us to think differently about a lot of things, it's also presented a lot of things, a lot of challenges that we've had to work through. That, quite honestly, we're still trying to work through in terms of being and supporting our students and our families. And so this is just a list that I'm sharing with you just for your own observation and reflection. I mentioned unintended disruption a few minutes ago. That's also a pretty significant challenge because, in probably just about any organization or any walk of life, disruption is uncomfortable, and it causes us to have to think differently and do things different that we're not used to doing. And that's something that, again, I'm very proud to say people have tried to embrace as best they can, but at the same time, it is very difficult. One of the things that kind of rose to the top when I asked for some feedback on this from lots of different people was that our teachers and our students are just so missing those day-to-day interactions that they were used to having for a lot of different reasons. I think connect this is the comment that's kind of at the bottom. It came from a teacher, and I like the way that she shared it. And she said, you know, for us as teachers or professionals that come to work, and for our students, you know, we all have some baggage at home. We all are dealing with stress of the household and all the things that happen in the household. We were lucky enough to be able to leave that baggage and come to school. And now we're all working in or learning in our baggage, or we're immersed in our baggage. And that's been a big challenge for a lot of our families, for sure, a lot of our parents, and also for our teachers as they're trying to balance this new kind of learning with whatever family obligations they had or have. So lots of things that have come up that I'll kind of talk a little bit about, but I wanted to just make sure that I acknowledged really both sides of this new normal that we've been living in. So when we thought a little more deeply about the learning process and some of the things that we wanted to make sure to include, there were really three things that kind of became the main areas that we wanted to focus on. First was communication, and we've really, you know, made a significant effort, I think, throughout the district to make sure that we're sharing as much information that we're able to, and just to be clear about our expectations in terms of learning and that we're also supporting our families, and we understand all this challenge that I was just about. We're being responsive to them and sensitive to that. The other piece that we wanted to make sure we were continuing, you know, as best we can remotely was that concept of student and teacher interaction. And I spoke a minute ago about that because that's the piece that those folks are missing the most. And I'll talk in a minute about tools, but we've tried to give both of those folks families and teacher tools in order to try to maintain that. And then the third piece that I'll talk a little bit more about tonight is the concept of remote instruction, and all of the pieces that wanted to make sure we were either going to continue or think about differently. Things about what kind of materials are we going to be providing. We need to make sure that we're continuing to support our student disabilities, how we're going to provide evaluation feedback. Really, it's a lot when you see a person every day. It's a little more challenging when you don't. Social and emotional learning, really meant support, are more important now than they probably have been given the circumstances, and we wanted to make sure that our staff was supported and that our students and their families are supported. We are continuing to provide as much professional development to our staff as we can. It's certainly different, but we are continuing that ongoing learning. And then the piece that I'll talk a little bit more about is concept of technology access. So I'll speak more about that in a minute. So this concept of tools in a toolbox, I think, for me, was really relevant, and a thing that I kept coming back to when I thought about what I wanted to share with you tonight. And I'll kind of explain what I mean by that with a kind of a story. So this is an object that for me, I had in my toolbox for a long time, and I didn't know where it came from, and really had no idea what it was. So I don't know if any of you were familiar with it, but I wasn't. So it was one of those things that I kind of knew was there. I knew what it was, and I knew it wasn't a screwdriver. I knew it wasn't something that I was using regularly. It looked like something that you would pry something off with, but really, again, no idea what the purpose of the tool was. So a few years ago, my wife's, one of her headlights went out on her car, and I started to do research about how I could repair that myself because I thought I could. As I did to do research on YouTube and the internet, I learned that this tool is actually a mechanics tool, a tool that's used in automotive shops to remove the plastic rivets that hold plastic parts of the car together. So it was a moment for I thought, like, okay, fine, I know what this thing is, and I was to repeat quickly, efficiently. I got up done. And the point of the story that I parallel that to kind of what's happening, I think, with our students and with our teachers now. And that is that fortunately, we've had lots of tools in our instructional toolbox. I'm just highlighting the G Suite or the Google tools, but there are many, many, many others that we've had in our toolbox. And by that, I mean we've had them available to us to use. And kind of like my moment of, okay, well, now this is something that I need to use and I understand what it's for. A lot of our teachers and our students are having a lot of those same moments. So tools like Google Forms and Google Meetings and even Google Slides, Google Presentations, Google Classroom. These are all tools that have been there that people kind of said, yeah, I know it's there, but I'm not really sure I'm ready to tackle that yet, or I don't really know if it applies to me, or I don't really know how I'd use that. And, you know, I'm so grateful for how our teachers have embraced these tools and now really diving first into using these tools and really using them well with some support. And I think, you know, coming out of this, that for me is a really significant positive, because I think for everyone, parents, students, administrators, teachers, we're all going to come out of this with new tools in our toolbox that I think there's no intention for those things to replace the things that we have done in school when school's open, but I think we're going to have a different appreciation for them. I think we'll come out of this with a better understanding of how we use those tools. Some of the things that we do in school to support those kids. You know, like I said, those kids that haven't really been successful in a national setting, thriving with tools. So how can we integrate these tools into what we're doing in school? So changing gears, connected still, I think what I wanted to share with you some information about our devices. And I think Canastota was in a good position for this, you know, with our Raider 1-to-1 Chromebook program. And when we came up with that program and started to roll it out years ago, you know, we didn't anticipate that this would be happening, that we'd learn remotely. But I think one of the unintended results of that is that we were in a good position as a district to be able to provide remote instruction to most of our students. At the time that school closed, there were approximately 550 Chromebooks that were distributed to students in grades 7 through 12 who take them home on a daily basis and bring them back and forth to school. When school closed initially in March, we did not send home students sick. There were Chromebooks in school that they use in their classrooms, but we didn't really know how long they're going to last, and we didn't want to overwhelm family students with that as well. But that was one of those points of reflection for us as we got into phase 2, phase 3, and 4 of homework. We recognized that there was value in providing those devices to the students so that we could get feedback and that so we could give them some different kinds of experiences. So during that time, we did distribute approximately 450 additional Chromebooks to students in grades K through 6. Grades 2 through 6 all got their own Chromebook. K and 1, if a family has requested a Chromebook, we've provided it. The chart above is really just, is showing you how many Chromebooks have been active. So if you look at the kind of the right side of the screen where the line is kind of flatlined, sorry, I'm not able to bring my pointer there, but where the line is kind of flatlined, it's what that's showing you is that we have about 950 to 1,000 Chromebooks that are regularly active, which means students are using them at home. You see the dip that kind of dropped off, and there was kind of a drop off, but at the beginning of April that picked up. That is really, again, that's just showing that the Chromebook being used. I'm not going to tell you that they're being used completely for academic purposes all the time, but they are actively engaging. One of the other things that came up with providing Chromebooks is internet access for students. You know, recognize that there's a population of our students who don't have access to the internet at home, whether that's something that their family isn't able to provide, or parts of Canastota that just don't have high-speed internet available to them. So we had 9 hotspots in the district that we have on hand all the time for students to loan out temporarily. And we were fortunate to get 17 additional hotspots from the Regional Information Center. So at this point, we've been able to send 26, or we're in the process of sending 26 hotspots home to families that just don't have access. We're actively seeking additional hotspots for other families that either don't have access now, or, unfortunately, as time goes on and folks are unemployed, if they have to make decisions to, make budget changes in their household, Wi-Fi may be one of those things that they decide to terminate temporarily. So we are continuing to try to find that support for those families. But I'm happy that we've been able to secure 26 spots, a time where they are at a premium for sure. This clearly illustrates, I thought this was worth sharing. This illustrates school class that have become active since school closed. So on the left side of the screen, you see when school closed, there were about 150 classrooms, and at under 300 active classrooms right now. So we have students and teachers using Google Classroom from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, and in addition to special areas as well, which is fantastic. This is just illustrating the number of posts. So this is really showing you the content that teachers are pushing out to students, and some of the interaction with students. So the maroon kind of peaks and valleys there are each week, and that is illustrating how many posts that teachers have been pushing out. So we're somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple hundred posts a day. The orange-ish color at the bottom, the lower peaks, those are student posts. That doesn't necessarily mean that those are the only things that we're hearing or receiving from students. But what I would like to share is that this is one of those places where we're recognizing that we are trying very hard to engage every student, every family, and while I think we've been very successful, there are students who we're still trying to work with to try to engage them some more. This is one of those. This was one of those tools in the toolbox that I think was there for everyone, but no one really had used it, and that's Google Hangouts meeting. That's actually the tool that we're using for this board meeting tonight. So there are hundreds of Google video meetings happening every day. These are happening with entire grade levels, or one-on-one between teacher and student if a student has a question. Happening for like therapy and occupational therapy, and counseling sessions, and our staff, our students, and our family really have helped this tool a way to keep that teacher-student connection alive as best as possible. It's not the same as being face-to-face. I think it really has helped make that a little bit better. I mentioned at the beginning that social emotional health and mental health has been a priority for, because we certainly recognize that this has created a great amount of stress and anxiety for parents who all of them become teachers, for students who may struggle with organizing themselves and maintaining some kind of sense of normalcy. So we've made I think a significant effort to try to support them and through things like a website that we created, and we have lots of staff members who are making lesson videos with lessons, but also videos about how they can kind of process things at home, support themselves mentally. We've tried to do the same thing with our stuff. We created a teacher self-care website, one of our one of our teachers did that, and for kind of the same reason that our staff members are working so hard to support our students, and we want to also make sure that we're supporting each other and supporting our staff. So some technology to think about in the future, that's kind of where I'm going to wrap my focus, because again, I talked about a lot of things just so you kind of have the clear picture of some of the things happening behind the scenes. And I could talk about those items a lot more for sure, but wanted to focus the conclusion of my presentation with you on some technical kinds of things that we might want to consider. And I'm sharing this because, I think today we don't know exactly what summer instruction is going to look like. We don't know what instruction in the fall is going to look like. We're kind of waiting on that. We're all hoping that it's going to return to normal process. I think it's also worth thinking about how we might be able to continue instruction. If we have to, what are some things that we can make and things we could consider? So one of the things that we've started to introduce in the district is touchscreen devices, and there are some students at grade levels who have those devices. Our instructional staff doesn't currently have them. And the reason it started to interest them is because it does start to allow for a different kind of interaction with the content. So right now, it's essentially, if you can enter it on a keyboard, for most of our students, if you can enter the information on the keyboard, then it's something you can share with your teacher. Well, a touchscreen device would allow for math teachers, for example, and students who are learning to solve a problem together on the screen and write it out, which is really not something that's simple to do on a device that's not touchscreen. So this would be a same kind of device, but a bit of an upgrade that I think we should consider for the district. A second is to us that concern that I shared before about acknowledging that not all of our students and families have access at home. And what we've tried to do to respond to that, provide those hotspots, and in some cases provide papers and the learning materials instead of online versions. But there are Chromebooks that have kind of like a built-in hotspot, so there wouldn't have to be two separate devices. That would be another consideration, that for students or families that don't have access, if they were provided a Chromebook that has the built-in data, then it would allow them to have that access easily. Additional hotspots, they become available. I think, again, they're a commodity right now, but as they become available, I think that would be another consideration. And then, again, not just thinking about remote learning, but thinking about learning in the classroom. There's always going to be new display technology available in classrooms. It's the cycle, it's how it works. A lot of our classrooms have smart boards, and some of them are using them really meaningfully and well. And there are the newest display technology is an interactive flat panel display. And it is essentially an upgrade from the smartboard for lots of different reasons, but something to consider for that, because it would allow for a different kind of learning. And I think some of our teachers would be able to take advantage of that really well. And then the last piece to highlight isn't really a significant cost, but it is a different way to think about learning, and that is a learning management system. So we have some teachers who use some of these tools right now. Excuse me, these are just 3 different examples. A learning management system is a bit more than Google Classroom. Google Classroom is a tool that makes it easy for a teacher to kind of exchange content or exchange materials. A learning management system is a step up from that, and in that in some cases where it might be appropriate, a teacher can do in a course, and this can kind of self-direct himself through that course. So I know Mr. Bissetta is going to be sharing information about Engage Canastota and that initiative And I'm sharing example because that initiative is built on us, one of these learning management systems, because that is a process where students can kind of be facilitated through a process of learning. So again, these tools, these learning management systems would allow a student to perhaps move at his or her own pace and learn content a little bit differently without having to have face-to-face interaction every day. And I'm not suggesting that that's for every class, but I would imagine there are some places where it would. So before I have a video to share, that's what you're seeing now. Before I share that, I will pause and ask if there are any questions that I can answer or any thoughts that the board would like to share.
Sure. Hey, Chris. So a couple things. Approximately how many touchscreen devices would we need to get to round out what you're short? Approximately.
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We'd need at least 500. This year was the first year that I really started introducing them. So grades 4, 5, and 6 have touchscreen devices. Grade 8 does. Grade 9 does.
So, I mean, I won't hold you to a hard number, but around but probably half, at least about
Right.
half of what we've got out there.
Yeah, about half.
Okay. One of the things we talked about is the concern about the mobile hotspots or anything of the data that we actually provide to students and we send home. Is there a way to control the data so that it's basically only tunneled to the school and it's controlled by the school's policies versus having it wide open?
All one of the hotspots is like that. The hotspots that we purchased through an education company called Keep. And we purchase them is because they allow that kind of management versus walking into a Verizon store and buying a hotspot is not manageable.
All right, so totally controlled on our policies and things like that.
All of the content that is viewed on a student Chromebook is passed through our student web filter, which, and I'm not going to stand in front of anybody and say it's a perfect solution to everything and will block every single thing for everybody. But it does and should filter out most, if not all, of the content that we don't want to see.
Okay, thank you.
The GB hotspots are an additional layer to the GB hotspots, in addition to the filter, a little bit more even.
Okay. The last one that I have, the learning management system. I mean, that investment, is it purely software? Is it additional infrastructure? Is it more servers? I mean, what is that? And I'm gonna ask you for the cost side of that approximately.
Mm-hmm. Cost side would be, depending on which one you select, is really a subscription cost. So, depending on the number of teachers, students, would be a few $1,000s. The expense of a learning management system is not even, it's nowhere near the expense of these other items. Where the expense would come is really in terms of time and training, because if there's a teacher who he or she wants to transition to a learning management system, there's a lot that goes into making that decision and then transitioning that content into the learning management system. I got to parallel it to a lot of what we've had to do in these last few months, except take time to do it because we would be able to, and doing it the way that we would like to do it. So I think that's where the cost would come perhaps as well, Bill, is investment in time and training for teachers who would be interested in that.
I just have a comment. You and your staff, as you started off this, the teachers who have adapted, parents, students who this is definitely we threw everybody into this very, very quickly, and hopefully everybody is continuing to evolve from this. And I think you've seen this, and that was one of the reasons why we've kind of asked you to come tonight. Is we're not sure what's going to happen tomorrow, or September, or what does it look like? Does this happen again? And you've got us very well prepared. I mean, I think, and Sean, you can attest to this, and Debbie and Tim, as the other schools are in here. I think we're the leaders in a lot of this stuff. We were ready to go. Not fully, not anybody thought this, but I think that we had a leg up on a lot of them because some of the things that we've taken care of in the past, Chris, and I want to thank you for that.
Certainly. Well, I'm glad that, I appreciate the support of the district, because I think that's really one of the main reasons we were able to do work. Thank you.
Hey, Chris, I agree with what Bill has said, and I have a couple of questions too. How has our attendance been affected by this? Like, are the students all reporting, and how do we have to report that to the state anymore, or is that gone by the wayside? And
so I'll answer the first part. I'm going to give him my answer. I'm going to ask if Mr. Becerra has more information. But have all of our students been reporting for these Google meetings, and have all of them been submitting work regularly? The answer is no. And that has been constant conversation since the beginning. At first it was, how are we going to try to give them what they need so that they can? And, as this has gone on, it's become, how can we keep kids engaged, and how can we support them so that they are able to do the work and that they are doing the work? And, again, I have to give a lot of credit to our staff, because I think this is one of the other unique things about Canastota. When I hear about what's happening in other districts, our staff is making weekly phone calls to each of our families. I think most of them appreciate it. I know it's a lot for some, and it's overwhelming, but the fact that we're connecting with families on a weekly basis, I think, has helped to keep as many students as we can engaged. But no, they're not. There are students that we have, it's been a challenge to keep them engaged, and we've tried to get the support of other folks that work in the school. Officer McCormick has supported us and done some wellness checks on families. But trying to think as out of the box as we can. In terms of attendance and reporting to the state, I believe that has, I don't want to say it doesn't matter anymore, but I don't quite honestly know how that's going to be reported to the state, because that record is not what it was in March. I don't know, Mr. Becerra, if you have any additional information on that. I don't.
I would just say we've been trying to track student participation in a number of different ways, because we also realize it's a fluid situation, and state education department, the state in general is sort of building the plane as they fly. And so we realize that some of the things that they're going to be asking us for, they may not have asked us for yet. And so our comments to staff are, let's continue to track the fact that we're having communications with the students. We're having meetings, through the Google platform with students, and we know who's participating.
Right.
And we know who we're able to establish contact with these weekly wellness checks. And in cases where we're not able to create that contact, then as Chris said, then we're having Officer McCormick get involved. And so we're sort of tracking it in different ways and in layers. You know, there's the group contact, there's individual contact, there's the general contact, just to see how everything is going. So we have, you know, we're keeping track of that information. But as Chris suggested, I think that the traditional model of, you know, what's our daily attendance, that's going to be impossible in a lot of ways to track. It just looks different now. So we're prepared to, you know, to provide information as far as how we've been engaging students, but it's just going to look different than it did
So
mid-March.
can I just ask a follow-up question with when you say the teachers are doing the weekly checks? I know that for the elementary, because my grandkids are involved in the elementary. The high school teachers are all contacting all their 100 parents a week? 150 parents a week?
No, they've
We've
divided
gotten
that.
I mean, we've gotten some calls.
Also high school students are being contacted, but no, it's not, you know, in a 9-period day.
Yeah, I was
6
going to say,
teachers. Parents wouldn't, I don't think parents would want that either, to get that many call a week. It's kind of divided.
So it's just mainly the
It is all
elementary
tracked.
that we're talking.
No, Tim, what's happening is at the high school level, they are calling, like, for example, in my house, I get a teacher every week calling, or sometimes an administrator calling my house for each of my kids.
Oh, okay. Okay. And
Well,
my other
everybody-
question
Every child.
okay,
in the
Chris, my
district.
other question is,
Yep.
I'm just curious as we move forward, because chances are when you just listen to the report even today, doesn't look good for the fall or winter. So moving forward, how does like a student who's enrolled in art and music and home and careers, like the science labs, how is this being, you know, worked through this Google Classroom? Or is it? I mean, like, I don't know, I'm having trouble picturing, like, if you're doing a ceramics project, how do you do this on Google or music? You know, how is this being done?
Well, I can answer the music one in a minute, but I'll show you an example of how that's been done. Some of the other special areas, I mean, PE, art, general music, and, you know, family and consumer science, some of those items. I don't want to speak for those teachers, but I think what those teachers have had to do is similar to what all of the teachers have had to do. And that's look at, okay, here's what I would have typically done from March to June.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that's most important for me to make sure that I do as a teacher of whatever grade or whatever course? Because I want to make sure I don't miss that, or my students don't miss that. And then the second question is, what am I able to do? And how am I able to provide that? And I think it's been done in a variety of ways. We have some special teachers working weekly videos that demonstrate some of these topics. I think some of our secondary teachers are setting up Google Meetings to demonstrate some of these things. And then in some cases, there's just documentation that's being sent home. Does it mirror what would have happened in the classroom? No, it doesn't. But I think those teachers are doing their best to adapt, again, what they would have done to what they can do. I wouldn't imagine ceramics is probably happening at home, but there are probably projects where, you know, teachers think about the materials that are at a house and try to have students use those. But the classes are continuing.
Okay, thank you.
Just in a different way.
I mean, I've just got basically one more comment, having talked to parents and teachers, not only in, you know, from our school, but from other schools. And that is that it seems as though when you talk about kids that might really be struggling, obviously you've got those kids who have disconnected, but you've also got kids who are again, our special ed population, who are used to again, that, and not only used to, but need that structure, need that, as Chris pointed out, need that contact, that for some families has been a real struggle. And again, I just, I think that's something that, got to be reflected not only for us, but also, in our reports to, the BOCES region and to the state, because, some of those kids are really struggling. And like I had a parent say to me, you know what? And she said to me, you know what, my son, and my son needs that structure. And obviously at home, that structure and that kind of contact, that kind of help, aid, or whatever, I can't give. I don't know how to give, number one. And by the way, and then she looked at me and she says, and by the way, I'm a working parent. I'm still a working parent. And this particular parent is not working at home. So that just, again, has a job where she's still going to work every day. So that is just some of these things are very difficult for kids. And I just, and again, difficult for families in general. And again, obviously remote learning isn't necessarily, working for those kids who have a tough time anyway.
Yep. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments that I can answer for anybody? So I have one last thing to share. This is something that was shared with me today. The question was asked a minute ago, what does music look like remotely?
Right.
And Mr. Button shared this video with Mr. Bello and I today. And it's a collaboration of the junior high, senior high band. They came together to play a piece for everyone. And I asked him if I could do it tonight, and I want to share that with you. And before I play it, I also want to share there are other things happening behind the scenes. Our art department is working on putting together a virtual art show that I think we'll be sharing soon. And there are other things that we're putting together to try to, again, do things differently than we may have done if we were in school. So hopefully this works for everybody, and enjoy.
very nice.
Very nice.
They did a very
Thank you
nice
all
job.
for-
Thanks for Mr. Button to put that together. Okay, anything else for Mr. Clancy?
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, next part of our agenda here is turn over to our superintendent, our business official, to talk about the budget process and the timeline update.
You're on mute, Sean.
All right. Yeah, Nick and I wanted to take you through sort of the several things. One was the important thing was to go through the revised budget timeline because, as everybody knows, what we've been used to, what is historically the process to develop a budget and go through the normal routine, has been thrown out the window. And everything we're dealing with now is on a greatly reduced and condensed timeline with the dates that we're dealing with. Also, the level of uncertainty is unprecedented. In that, what I mean by that is typically by April 1st, school districts know what their aid allocation is for the year. And then the third Tuesday in May, we vote on that budget. So in the case of this year, we should be, under normal circumstances, voting on our budget on May 19th. We're only a few days away from that date, and we still really have no idea what our aid is going to be for this coming year. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. We've had to do a lot of things in preparation to be prepared for a wide range of potential outcomes. So Nick is going to, I think, take you through the timeline that we're working on and sort of lay out what the next few weeks are going to look like in this process. And then we'll get into some of the numbers that everybody's anxious to hear more about. So Nick, do you want to?
Yep, I'll share my screen. So everyone can see that?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through a couple slides here. The first one will be this postcard. This was sent to everybody in the mail. I want to thank my staff because they turned this around relatively quickly. It was Friday, May 8th, I believe, we found out that, nope, actually it was Friday, May 1st. We found out our new timeline of what we had to do. So last week, we turned this around within 3 days because we didn't know until Monday exactly what the timeline was. So as you can see this here, we send information out on our new budget vote date. So at the top, Tuesday, June 9th, 2020. Note that it's by absentee ballot only, and the ballots are due by 5 p.m. You cannot drop them off. You have to deliver them in the mail. We'll be sending you those ballots, and they'll have a return address on it, and you can just fill that out and send that back.
Now,
The next
Nick,
one
they need to be at school by the 9th. In other words, not postmarked the 9th, but in school by the 9th?
Yep, 5 p.m.
Okay. All right.
So the next, go ahead.
No, that's all.
Okay. The next thing underneath that is the budget hearing. Typically, we're doing this, like Sean said a lot earlier. This is Thursday, May 28th, and that'll be at 6 p.m. It will be posted on the website. We'll also do a virtual hearing like we're doing these virtual board meetings now. So check on our website for any updates and communication, and you can also check our Facebook page. One thing I want to note about the postcard: if you're eligible to vote and you're not registered, please call the district office to get a registration form and some information, and we'll get that out to you, and we'll get an absentee ballot out to you as soon as we approve the budget. Next page, I just want to go over the new budget calendar. As you can see, budget development calendar at the top of the 2020 year budget. Everything up until March 1st, we were right on our deadlines with everything we needed to do. revised in accordance to Governor Cuomo's executive order, and that is the new timeline underneath. Typically, what Sean and I would have a 3 to 4 month period to gather everything. We now have about 4 weeks tops to do all of this, the information that we have to provide to everybody. So as you can see, May 11th, 2020 was the deadline for board candidate petitions at 5 p.m. May 12th was our first legal notice that went out. Usually it's 4 legal notices that have to go out. Because of this short time constraint, we're only going to have to do 2 of them. May 21st, that will be the first time we actually sit there and we give our full budget presentation. You know, we're unable to do that tonight because, as Sean said, we don't even know how much foundation aid we're going to receive, and we won't know that until this Friday. At the same night after we do that presentation, the board will adopt the budget. May 22nd, the day after, that's when we have to have in our tax report card submitted to the state education, and that's always the day after the board adopts the budget. May 26th is when all of the information needs to be handed out to everybody so they can view them. They will be on our website because we're unable to bring them to the schools and people are unable to go up to see them. But if you needed a copy or anything, just give us a call and we can make some arrangements, but they will be posted on our website. May 28th will be the budget hearing, as I had on the postcard in the previous slide. That will be at 6 p.m. It's not 6:30 like our usual board meetings are. June 3rd, the budget notice goes out to the public. That's your usual budget newsletter. We're not going to send the full newsletter out because we won't have the time to turn that around quickly, but the necessary information by law that needs to get to you, you will get that. It would be the property report card and postcard. And finally, our budget vote, June 9th. And just as we stated earlier, all ballots need to be received by mail by 5 p.m. Anything after 5 p.m. we will not be able to accept. One thing I will note too that I've seen in the past, sometimes people forget to sign their name on the ballot. Make sure that on that envelope that you return, you are signing your name on it, or else we will not be able to count that vote. Any questions on the timeline?
Who gets to count the votes?
We will have 4 people who are counting the votes. We will have them appointed. I don't believe it's tonight or the next board meeting. We'll have them.
It's on for tonight.
It's on for tonight. Okay.
Yes.
Sean, anything to add on the timeline?
No, I think you hit it. I guess the only thing I would add is these were all, every school's in the same boat. These deadlines were imposed with very little notice. And there were a couple of cases where there was some latitude. For example, we have to adopt the budget May 21st. Some districts are going a day or 2 earlier than that. We thought it was important to be able to get full information and be able to digest what we're being told. But we also felt it was important to have our budget hearing, given the circumstances, on the earlier end of the range. You could have had the budget hearing later, closer to that June 9th date. We wanted to have it still in May because we wanted people to be able to absorb the information, be able to ask questions, and to be able to adequately turn it around, get their ballot taken care of so they could get it in and meet that deadline. So we tried to be responsible on both ends, both to make sure we had full information and to also give people adequate time to hear the budget hearing, to get their ballot in a reaction to that. And so other than that, though, those deadlines are there was very little wiggle room with those deadlines that you see. And everybody in the state will be voting on the same day and through the same process.
So the 21st is a Thursday, right? And then the 28th is also a Thursday. Is that
Yes.
right? So
Yeah.
those are a little unusual, right? Usually we have them on Tuesdays. So both the 21st and the 28th are Thursdays, just so that, again, so that people kind of put that in their heads. And the budget hearing on the 28th is at 6 p.m. and that would normally be where people can come and ask questions. And then I'm assuming that we kind of open it up the way that this is opened up. If you want to ask questions, is that the deal? In other words, normally there's a give and flow with people in the audience. Obviously, going to be a virtual audience if there's going to be anybody there, right? On the 28th?
Yep, the one thing I could say about that is on the 21st, it's going to look very similar to the 28th. So if people are watching on the 21st and have any questions, they can definitely, send us the questions. And also on the 26th, we're going to be putting all the information that we have on our website, so they can also take a view at that as well, and then ask any questions. But I don't know about a forum like this. It may be virtually impossible to have anybody just ask a question.
So the questions would have to be written.
Correct. Or they can just call the next day, anytime they want to call the day prior. If anyone wants to call the office and have a discussion with me, you can call me at any time.
Yeah, I mean, we would do a format similar to our regular board meetings, as we've done the last several since we've been in this circumstance, where people can send it in and we can address that question during the context of the hearing. And then after that, we would do, I think, what similar to what we had done back in December leading up to the capital project vote, when we continued to keep this master list of questions, the most commonly asked questions we're asking. We can certainly publish that in writing and through video. I think we can do a similar thing just to address those questions, so that, they'll have a multitude of ways that they can still get their questions answered, whether it's just calling us. I mean, they can call myself, they can call Nick, because we're in the office every day. Or they can email us, or, any of those things are possibilities.
Now, and on the 21st at 6:30, right? And then the only 6 o'clock one is on the 28th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right on the timeline.
Right.
I posted the timeline right on our website.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'll go to the next slide, which is a very, very, very important slide. This date was not on the timeline, but this is the date that the New York State Director of Budget, Robert Mujica, under the direction of Governor Cuomo, they're going to provide their first look back period outcome. So what do we mean by that? So I posted a couple questions with some answers on here. What does it mean? And I'm going to read verbatim. So what is a look back period? The look back period they're talking about is a point in time where New York State will match their financial forecasts to make sure they did not spend too much and to make sure they didn't receive less money than anticipated. They have these forecasts and they have parameters where they say, okay, we better make sure we receive this much money, or else we're not going to be able to give that aid and turnaround back to governmentals. And of course, what we care about is school districts. So when are the look back periods? They have 3 of them. The first one was April 30th. And they said that within a 10 to 15 day window, they would give the results of that outcome from the look back period. That's why May 15th is the date that they said they're going to come out with the numbers that we need to have in order to balance our budgets. The second look back period, these are important as well, because it's not going to be just this one time. What they can do is, okay, on June 30th, December 31st, we're going to take other look backs, and that could be another time where they could potentially decrease the aid that's coming to us. And the problem is we got to have this budget approved and voted on by the 9th of June. So the first indication we're going to have is the May 15th numbers, but we're not sure what anything's going to look like going forward. So what does that mean for Canastota School District? Well, for Canastota, it means they've been saying all along that they could take a maximum of 20% of our foundation aid. At first, they came out and said 50%, but they've recently dropped back down to 20. So the amount of dollars that would mean for Canastota is $2,134,455.60. That's how much that they can take back. So that's why we don't have a budget presentation tonight. That's why we can't give you any concrete and definitive numbers. Once we receive the take back amount and anywhere from 0 to 20%, then Sean and I will get to work and have something ready for you next Thursday night. Finally, the last, go ahead, Deb. Did you have a question, Deb?
No, I just said, oh dear.
Oh, okay. So this last piece right here is the last piece of information that I'm going to give you is for every percentage, which is all the way on the left. In the middle, for each percentage, that's how much they can take away in our foundation aid. The last column will be an aggregate total. For example, if they wanted to take away 5%, each percent is $106,722.78, but the total would be $533,613.90. So this percentage is 1 all the way to 20. 1 being the 0 would actually be the least amount they could take from us, but 20% would be the maximum according to everything that the Director of Budget and Governor Cuomo has stated. So this is how you can see that total I said at the bottom of 134, 455, 60.
Yeah.
You know, that matches the 20% exactly. So this is what we're looking at in increments. And normally you're building one budget. You know, we've had to be creative and build several different scenarios because of the short turnaround time that we have for the board to adopt this, so we can get you the absentee ballots so you can return them in time for us to have for the vote. Anybody have any questions? That's all I have tonight for it, but I'm happy to answer any questions. You know, the more information we get, this Friday is just a very big day for us. I'm actually looking forward to it because I want to continue this process and get it done for the district.
Nick, I had a question. You had those couple different look back dates there on the previous slide. Let's say, just for sake of argument, say that on the 15th they come with a percentage of 10%. Let's say 10% is what their number is. So we're going to use that figure to base our budget on, correct?
Yes.
But now let's say they come back on June 30th.
Yep.
Now our budget has been passed by the voters, correct? At that point,
Correct.
What if that number has shifted to 15%? That they've had a change of heart, and they think it needs to be more than that. How do we as a district account for that change now that the budget's already been passed and approved by the voters?
The budget's already passed, and it can go either way. They can go 15, or maybe they go back down to 5. So that's a very, very, very good question. We would have to sit down and we would have to reevaluate everything based on where our numbers are. If the number is going to be higher, we would have to take that into consideration, that it's possible that we would have to make some more adjustments.
Okay.
But I don't want to do anything prematurely. Just like, the governor's been saying, he's going to show us the facts. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to deal with the number that we're handed with on Friday, and we'll move forward from there, knowing that there is 2 other look back periods that are going to be in the future.
Okay. So is it fair to assume that those new numbers would not impact the taxpayers in the sense of, the amount of taxes paid, but rather the amount of how we're spending our money from a district perspective?
Correct, because once you adopt the budget, you're going to be adopting it with the tax that is going to be implemented. So that will not change.
Okay.
But this could all change, again, depending upon what happens at the state and federal level, correct?
Correct.
We should hold our breath, but.
Right. We think the critical date, as Nick has said, this Friday, we're hoping to get information from the state and the budget director of what are we looking at in terms of reduction from our April 1st aid numbers. That's the one critical step. The other piece is there going to be a federal stimulus package that funds state and local governments? And if that's the case, how much would be flowing to school districts in New York State? The problem is, unless something really kicks into gear quickly, districts around the state are having to adapt their budgets next week, at the latest next Thursday. And so that's a critical question of if and when this next stimulus package happens, and when would that information be cleared to school districts about, how much are they getting, if they're getting anything. So those are the critical things. We think this Friday, and then depending on how this, what's happening at the federal level with a potential stimulus package for state and local governments. A lot of wild cards with big dollar amounts attached.
Yeah, and the one thing that the director of budget said 2 Sundays ago, because I've been watching them every day, he said specifically that he would strongly suggest that school districts do not do anything with their budgets until the earliest May 15th, because that's when we would know the new revenue number that is coming out. So that's when we would have to roll up our sleeves and get to work.
And it's not much though, Nick, but are we thinking moving forward, not knowing what's going to happen in the fall, et cetera, but if athletics in extracurricular, well, let's say if there is no school starting up in September, then obviously there's not going to be the athletic program.
Right now, Yeah, right now we're focused. We're not even sure what's going on with summer school, so we're just trying to take things as they're, the information that is handed down. We're trying to take it in stride and deal with it. So the next period we're looking at is May 31st. What he's going to talk about whether or not we're going to have summer school. So right now I'm not thinking in the fall yet. We still have things to plan for in the summer before we would plan in the fall.
But when we think of the fall, I mean, to put into the, when people sign up, they usually sign up for different things like in June for the following, season for the following year, both as extracurriculars and whatever.
Yep.
So perhaps we may need to cover ourselves by saying, pending whether or not these programs will go in, because I'd hate for us to be obligated to pay people for services they may not be fulfilling.
Right, and we have time to talk about that. So yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Well, thank you. And as I said, if anybody does have any questions, my door's always open. My phone's always here. I get back to people ASAP, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. If we're good with all the presentations, we'll. All right. There is no new old business. F, new business. Number 1, resolve that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of the schools, the board does hereby approve the attached budget transfers. May I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Number 2, resolve that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the board does hereby approve the multi-year telecommunication broadband services resolution. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the board does hereby approve the resolution administration restructuring. It's got multiple parts on this. A, abolish the deputy superintendent position. B, abolish the assistant superintendent of special education's RTI and technology position. C, retitle Christopher Clancy's position to assistant superintendent of instruction and special programs. D, abolish the school district business leader position. E, retitle Nick Panuccio's position to executive director of finance and operations. F, create a part-time assistant director of special programs. And G, create a director of instructional support services. May I have a motion?
So moved.
So move.
Any discussion? And this was basically outlined in the presentation of the superintendent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the board does hereby approve the resolution to extend the CAA administrator's contract through 2021. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any questions or comments on that discussion?
Just a clarification, that's our principals, yes?
That's correct. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. All right. 5, resolved upon the recommendation of superintendent of schools, the board does hereby approve the election inspectors for the 2020 budget trustee vote. I have a motion.
So moved. Oh, second.
Okay. Discussion. Tim, you had asked about this. This is Karen Henniger, Julie Hood, Sue Merrill and Tammy Patney, who are actually be counting the votes that evening.
Okay, thank you.
So you don't have to worry about any voting machines or any of that stuff this time, huh?
That's correct.
So we'll know the vote early.
Well, they can't start till 5. By law, they can't start counting till 5. So yes, we should know relatively early.
Do we know right now, Bill, who's running besides you two? Is there anybody else?
I'll let Nick answer that.
No, there was only 2 people that asked to run. That would be Bill and Wes.
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay. Committee reports. Policy.
So policy met again this evening prior to this conversation. I had a few just small policy updates that we're going to go through. Should be on the next agenda. Just basic wordsmithing changes and things like that. Nothing major. One thing that we did want to share with the rest of the board prior to putting on the agenda for next time. We had mentioned in the past that the job descriptions had previously been initiated in policy, and there was a policy for each job description within the district. During tonight's conversation, our thought was to remove those from policy. We are one of the few, if not only, districts that has job descriptions held within policy. So if we do need to make a change or something like that, we need to have all the different variations read and updated accordingly. Not exactly sure the rationale of why those were in policy prior to this board, but we just wanted to run that by you guys. The plan is to remove those from policy and just have those as normal working documents within the district, not as official policy. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts or to comment now, but that is the plan, is to try to have those on the agenda for next time, just to have those deleted and removed from policy moving forward.
I personally think it's fine. I don't think there's and I don't know the history of it, so I guess it's I'm good with it. Anybody else? I guess anybody opposed to that? There you go. There you go, Lauren.
All right, sounds good. So that we'll have those on the next agenda for approval. So when people see that, the deletion, it's not that we're doing away with job descriptions. It's just simply that we're taking them out of policy and regulation and just making them part of working documents within the district.
All right, awesome. Anything else?
That's it for policy.
All right, thank you. Safety.
Yes, we met again virtually last Thursday. And unfortunately, I was having difficulty getting on initially, so I don't have exactly how many people were there. But anyway, at the beginning of the meeting, again, Jack from BOCES was there with a discussion, for example, of first and foremost, again, kind of starting off with the virus, and then his urging was, if people have any questions, that first of all, check out the website, make sure that you check again with your building leaders and your building principals. Talked about pesticide, nothing since January as far as he knew, and obviously with no occupancy, there shouldn't be an issue. Talked about the water and lead testing. None has been done or would be done while the school is closed. And again, and Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but again, what they're hoping for is that all of these things that have been set up for this year or the beginning of next year, basically the idea is that the state will postpone them for a year, because there was again a visual inspection that was supposed to be done by Jack, But again, they're thinking that it will be extended till the end of 2020. Jack, again, had worked by himself, basically, and looked at our district-wide safety plan, and gone in and basically gone down and looked at the things that needed to be adjusted because of new people. There's a new piece in there about infectious diseases, particularly the pandemic. And also put in there, the way I understood it was that there would be medical response according to building, particularly with something like, again, infectious diseases. In other words, how each building would respond, flu or to the virus, et cetera. How would that communication would take place? There are some other information changes, transportation changes, because in that document itself, there are, discussions of transportation, information, who's to be contacted, the dates. He changed all the dates. He verified the emergency contact information, numbers for the buildings. He said there's still some work to be done as far as staff, obviously staff updates, but most of it's done. He and Jack had done it. We went from that to updates about the capital project, and again, and those of you, and again, maybe I'm again kind of infringing on you who are on facilities, but it was reiterated how lucky we are that this was done in December, and that basically the architects and are already working remotely on this, and so they're hoping for everything. Again, the timeline, et cetera. We don't know where the state's going to be, but and where SCD approval is going to be. But again, very lucky that this was all kind of in the pipeline, particularly as far as we're concerned, before we went into basically, we closed the school. Talked about, again, the staffing and whether or not how we were as far as masks and hand sanitizer, taking temperatures, and whether or not we were prepared for all of that. And then again, the update was that we are, basically, pretty well off. And Nick Campbell also added that, as far as their needs were concerned, that, we were in a good spot. At one point, apparently, there'd been a question about alcohol swabs to cleanse thermometers, but those things were all in the pipeline. Question was posed to Kyle Cashel, who was there, who was on, about whether or not where we stood as far as CPR and first aid training, not only for people that needed that training within the school setting, and what it meant as far as coaching staff. And again, it was decided that probably all of those certificates will be extended. Not quite sure, but that was the thinking, that all those certificates that are good now will be extended into the 2021 year. And again, just a reminder about, use of hand, washing the hands and using the masks, and what's common sense, good hygiene. Again, all those things are ongoing. We're kind of waiting, as everybody is, and, in all aspects of school life, waiting for guidance as far as COVID is concerned from the local and state government. Somebody raised the question about handicap parking, and again, that's being talked about further talked about, because it's been something that's kept reoccurring within the capital project. Question about, maybe a safer way as far as from South Side, extending the sidewalk. So that would make a better drop off as far as our parents are concerned, a drop off on High Street. And again, so Nick and both Nicks took that, information. And then finally, just the idea that if there are issues as far as safety is concerned, please, again, from the public, please consult the website and please go first to your building leaders. And that if there is a need for, Nick said, that if there's a need for another safety meeting before the fall, that, we could, we can certainly have one so that, that's kind of, we aren't scheduled for one now before the fall, but if there was need for one, that we could certainly schedule one. So Nick, is there anything else that I missed?
The only thing I would comment on is with the lead testing and the water, that will happen before school starts, before students or people are let back in the building.
Oh, it's going to be, okay.
It's postponed for now, but they would do that prior to anyone coming in.
Okay, any questions for safety? All right, academic, I'm assuming you didn't meet, even virtually?
No. Mm-mm. No, it's been postponed indefinitely.
Okay. Not canceled, just postponed.
Right.
Facilities, Wes.
So facilities, we met with the architects and everybody back on the 22nd of April. I think we already discussed this, but I'll just freshen you up on that again. We are in pretty good shape schedule-wise of what they have to do to get us in order, to get us to SED for approval with the drawings and so on and so forth. They feel very confident that we could still hit the deadlines that we were looking for so that we could proceed starting early, early, hopefully by the first of the year, maybe even earlier with the work. We met the 6th as a group, just internally, Bill, myself, Lauren, and Nick. And what we discussed there was the current capital outlay, the remaining work for last year. And I don't know if you can give me an update on that, Nick, but I know with school being closed, we were going to finish up the pointing on the building. And I did see the workers out there. Can you clarify if that was completed?
Yeah, that was completed. The only thing we're waiting on, and we have to wait for the weather to turn, is the painting on the stairs on the outside of the building.
It makes sense. Very good. So we also discussed the new capital outlay, which is the carpet removal in the middle school area. And now that we have an official definitely being closed with school, I would think that we're going to work toward expediting that now as well, right, Nick?
Yes, we would just have to wait until the earliest of summer because that's when the 2021 school year would start. Since the project's related to that time, we couldn't start it any earlier than July.
Correct. Other than that, we talked about the possibility of some grant money, the DASNY grant, which Nick was going to look into what more we could possibly spend that on in capital, or maybe even towards some technology aspects, knowing that we may need some more technology advances going forward with the possibility of distance learning in the future. And we're scheduled to meet, as a group with the architects and so on and so forth here as normal at our next meeting.
Okay. Any other questions for Wes? Facilities? Hey, Tim. All right. Budget and audit. As you see, they spent a lot of time on this. You got a lot of updates here, budget timelines, thoughts, those kind of things. The biggest thing is we're going to have a executive session on the 21st to kind of go over some of these things, right? No, right?
The
Where's our
19th. 19th.
the 19th? We're gonna have we have an additional executive session to talk about some budgets and things where we're at. I had different comments that I was going to put under the board comments, but I'll put them here. This budget and where it is, it's like nailing Jello to a wall because there really isn't any guidance. What I will say is thank you, Nick Panuccio, for laying it out, having foresight for the best information that you have, and we appreciate how you're getting that information to us. But it is to say that it's a challenge is an understatement, budget-wise. Okay, any questions for budget or audit? Okay. Board comment period. Anybody? All right, well, I'm going to take a little bit of time here. I sit on a president's school board president's forum, and kind of a collective of thoughts, and and we're aware of this. I probably talk to Nick and Sean a couple times a week on a regular basis, and I'll let him update a lot of the where we are and the great job that they're doing and the staff that it's working. We're an active school. We may not have students, but we're still a very active school. So all the concerns, Governor Cuomo doesn't open up the economy soon enough, and where are we going to get as far as getting business operating? That there's not going to be enough to generate enough revenue to get funding that we need. And you heard a lot of that tonight. If we go back to school, what's the impact and the extra cost associated with the safety and how that's going to be addressed? We haven't heard a lot of that. One of the things that we talked about in our committee meeting the other evening is really what is going to be different in September. What is it going to look like when we go back? Or what are we going to be mandated to do? And potentially mandated to do things with less money. So that it's a huge concern across the board here. The fact that the idea that there could be a mid-year cut in aid really makes it difficult to operate a school district when you're unsure of what kind of aid staffing in place. I've kind of made it very clear, and I will continue to make it clear. I know Tim, you sort of asked about athletics. My thoughts are on the budget, and we'll see where we're at, and we'll talk about it collectively as a board. But I don't think we need to go into this budget with cutting staff programs at all, which theoretically means that there's a tax increase, and it's not a popular thing. Where things are very, very concerned of financially. But what happens if all things do open up? And let's say, for example, there's a vaccination and things like that, and things sort of go normal. But if you didn't budget for things, you might be left out. You may not be able to do those things. So it's going to be a very, very difficult tightrope, and I'm, very, very concerned about that. I am not in the opinion, again, my opinion, and I will use the governor's thing, that this is my opinion, that virtual schooling is not good for kids. They need the social interaction. They need to have that. Now, I know Mr. Clancy talked about the fact that some kids are thriving because it's not good for them. And I think there's a balance, and I think there's some ways that we can do that. But I'm going to say that most kids need to see other kids. They need to know that they're there. They need to be able to look them in the face. So I'm hoping that we can get back to that soon. And that's basically all I have. Like I said, I want to commend the school district. We're going to have a couple more times that we're going to have a meeting before the end of the school year. But the way that, and some of the teachers that I've talked to, they're trying their best. They are working with their students. They are working with their families. They are engaged. And I highly appreciate all that they're doing for that. That's what I have. Anybody else under this section here? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent for his report.
All right, I would echo Bill's comment on the need to, for clarification for sure. And when we look into what next year looks like, but I'd even take it a step further. We're still concerned. What does next week look like? What does next month look like? There are those types of questions that are still lingering, and clarification on many significant areas of our operation are still up in the air. So I wanted to take a couple of minutes just to address where we are in some of these areas that people have been asking, certainly asking a lot of questions about. The school calendar. People are wondering, are we, they hear a lot, and when they watch the news about the 180-day calendar. Back in March, if you recall, we were one of the districts who waited for further clarification based on earlier information coming from the governor's office that we wanted to protect our state aid by waiting to close until we had the local Madison County declaration of a state of emergency that would open the door for us to still keep our aid. So here we are, fast forward from the middle of March to moving into the middle of May, and this same question is still lingering. In that the executive orders that have come out of Albany have been very vague. They've left some questions that are being interpreted by a lot of people. And I think a lot of the state educational organizations are on the same page. I think that includes NICET, it includes the State Superintendent's Association, that we believe that there's, it would make sense to be able to have local contracts and bargaining units be referred to determine when our 180-day calendar year is complete. However, we also learned an important lesson from mid-March, and that is that oftentimes the pattern from Albany is that there is a general statement, and then there's some revisionist history that happens down the road, and that in fact aid is called into question. So people have been hearing, I think, in some of the word that's been spreading around in school communities is, okay, now we can implement our 180-day calendar, taking into account the fact that our kids and staff went to school over spring break and so on and so forth. I think that's a logical conclusion. However, I just want to be on the record of saying logic isn't always the way things play out, and decisions aren't always made with logic at the forefront. And we are still, as a region, and I will talk about our conversations with the regional superintendents in Madison and Oneida BOCES. We're still wanting and seeking additional clarification because we don't want to be caught in one of those revisionist statements from the governor's office saying, not so fast, I'm going to tell you when the end of the year is. And we're in a strange spot where the governor has a lot of power. And, so we get it. We understand that a lot of people are, including myself, are of the opinion that it makes sense to be able to apply the days that we've worked and to apply our 180-day schedule for our staff and our students, and then be able to say our final day is June, fill in the blank. However, we will not be making that official, nor do I believe many of the other local districts would be making that official until we feel like we've had adequate reassurance or adequate coverage that we're not jeopardizing aid. In a time when they're already threatening to take 20% of our foundation aid, we can't afford to be losing days on some type of technicality saying that we did not fulfill our obligation. So I'm hoping everybody understands where we're coming from. Again, hopefully logic prevails and we'll be able to get clarification, put out an end date in the calendar for what the rest of the year would look like. But also please understand that we also, as we were in mid-March, we're trying to be good financial stewards of the district. And so rather than rush and put a date out and say, this is our last day, I want to make sure that we're right as opposed to fast in terms of declaring whatever day our last day. So more to come on that, hopefully soon, more to come on that, so everybody can plan accordingly. So, but I wanted you to know we're certainly tuned into it, and we'll get that information out as soon as possible. So some of the things impacted by the end of the year, right? They almost fall into a couple of different categories. We have some events that clearly are not going to be able to happen. You know, things like the prom, unfortunately, we knew, and Mr. Altabello has already relayed that to our students. Those types of events, those can't happen, obviously, and wouldn't be able to happen under anywhere close to a normal situation. So the idea for things like the prom are to postpone that into the fall when we can actually do it right. And so the prom are not canceled, they're postponed until we can actually do it in a way that that would be enjoyable for our students. Other events, like our end of year ceremonies, moving up ceremonies, awards nights, and certainly graduation, those move into another category where if there is some type of easing of social distancing restrictions, some type of relief from the gathering and the number of people that can gather at different times, we're monitoring that closely because we know that they're talking about our region gradually being able to open up. And so what does that look like for events that are maybe a month away, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks? We're monitoring that closely. We obviously are preparing, as we are with the budget, multiple plans. So if we were able to do something in person, which I think everybody would prefer, then what could those scenarios look like? But we're also moving forward with some plans that if it was going to be remote, what would that look like? And how can we do the best job to recognize our students and make it user-friendly for our families? So I can assure you that there are multiple plans that are in the works. We obviously are waiting to announce some of those plans when we have more updated and better information. A rule of thumb that we've gone by is that for these significant events, like awards night, like graduation, for example, that we wanted to keep those dates and times as they've been scheduled. You know, so our graduation, for example, we still want to, have that on the morning of Saturday, June 27th. We want to have our awards night at the same date and time. And we'll let you know at least a week before, if not further in advance, what the format will be. Will it be virtual? Will it be an event that's streamed, or will there be some capacity to have in-person format? So more to come on all of those things as information comes in. It'll be sort of a revolving, ongoing basis. As events come up on the calendar, we'll be getting clarification out as they come up on the horizon. Some things that are for sure and that we're looking forward to, we have a unique opportunity that we'll have basically a 26-minute show dedicated to the Canastota class of 2020 seniors. That show will air on CW6 on June 25th at 7:30 p.m. There'll be lots of advertising leading up to that. You'll probably hear it if you're watching any of the CNY Central network of stations. They're going to be promoting that. We, along with a number of other districts, are going to have the opportunity to highlight our seniors. So it's a unique opportunity to highlight our senior class. Also gives us an opportunity to highlight the history of Canastota and the history of our district. So 26 minutes is a pretty good chunk of time that we can do a lot with. So we're looking forward to that. And so make sure you spread the word and mark your calendar for that date and time.
So what channel is that?
So
Do you
that,
know?
so it's, well, it might depend on, it's CW6. So I think, you know, like on a lot of the channels, it is channel 6, but it may be, you may have to check,
You know?
depending on what your provider is.
I'm going to say that it is. It's on Spectrum 6.
Yeah, it's on Spectrum 6. I mean, if there's probably, you might have to check if we might have to, and we could publish that as we get closer, but it
Well,
is.
we don't.
Six.
I don't know about anybody else, but I don't get Spectrum 6.
Yeah, we don't get 6, channel 6.
So we'll have to.
From 5 to 7.
So in other words, is that going to be like, I don't know, 110?
It's channel
14?
13.
Is it
It's
13 or
channel
14?
13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Channel
Jeff.
13?
On Spectrum, it's channel 13, but I'm
Okay,
sure you
thank
guys
you.
will publish what channels it'll be on.
Well,
Yeah.
that ought to be part of the, that ought to be part of the advertisement that it's 13. Thank you.
Yeah, we've generally put it out, because they call it CW6. So I get, anything that would tie into that channel, we'll make sure we publish so people are up to speed. The other thing I want to mention as far as school calendar, summer school. Governor, in one of his recent statements, had talked about the fact that he would make a broader decision about what summer school would look like by the end of this month. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll get some more guidance as far as expectations, requirements, limitations from the state level. I can also tell you that there's been numerous conversations regionally about what summer school might look like. If it were to be virtual, for example. So there are a number of things that are being looked at, but there have been no, clear-cut decisions made yet.
Yeah, but take Rush was
Yes.
One of my questions would be, again, do you need, in a sense, summer school? In other words, you have no August regents. You have no June regents. I don't know. That's just a question. In other words, how many kids are going to need and take advantage of a summer school? And I'm assuming now when you talk about summer school, maybe I'm wrong here, but when you talk about summer school, I was thinking basically high school summer school. But are you also looking, for example, at your elementary pieces like we've had in the past? That basically have been, the attempt is to, to keep those kids kind of engaged throughout the summer educationally. I guess that's my.
Yeah, I think there's a big need. I think there's a lot of cases to be made that it's needed for a lot of kids, whether there's regents exams or not, there would still be a benefit to kids. And I think we could make the argument that because of the way this year's is concluding and for the lack of in-person engagement with students, that certainly there'd be a number of students who would benefit from that additional interaction. We, in fact, we're looking at, we're wanting to be able to expand back to what we had previously, which was to extend our local summer program through 4th, 5th, and 6th grade as well. I think there's a lot of benefit to that. But again, we're just waiting to get further clarification of what is or isn't possible. Can we shift it later into the summer? We're still, as we've said a number of times tonight, we don't even know what next week looks like. We don't know what our budget's going to look like in 3 or 4 days. And so when we're looking at a couple of months away, We just don't have all the pieces of information we need yet. So I would suspect that'll probably be several weeks away before we'd have a firmer answer on that topic.
Anything come out about driver's ed for this summer, or would that be included in that type of decision?
We've talked about it. We talked about it at recent meetings, but what does that look like? What I mean? So it's going to be tough unless there's some significant changes. We don't know yet. You can't do a virtual. It's hard to get that experience.
They have virtual NASCAR races now. I don't know.
I was going to say, although they're doing the races, so maybe you can. Maybe we can.
Well,
I don't know, but I'm going to tell you that one of my grandchildren, my grandson, took in North Carolina, took driver's ed virtually. I'm thinking, how does that happen?
And they granted driver's licenses with parent signatures.
Well, somebody else did that, right?
Yep.
I don't know that I'd want to do that.
But that's the South. The North won the war.
Makes you think in your house isn't bad, right?
Oh my gosh. Oh,
That happened.
So a couple other things. Some people and groups and organizations we just wanted to say a quick thank you to. We really wanted to thank the Canastota Alumni Association, who had stepped up and asked. They said, they contacted me and said they wanted to do things to help the school, to help our students. And so they donated hundreds of masks for students that we were able to distribute through our food distribution process. So we want to thank them and are appreciative of that donation. And also appreciative, Madison County Health Department had provided hundreds of bottles of hand sanitizer that we also were able to distribute in our work distribution to students, and that we were able to distribute for any of those kids that were in need of that as well. So thanks to them. Can't say enough about how much people have really stepped up and offered to help the school out. So we really thank them and everybody else who's extended us their support. I wanted to talk a little bit about our remote instruction plan. Obviously, Mr. Clancy, I think, did a great job of giving you a real thorough explanation. So I'm not going to belabor the point because he did do such a great job with that. I just wanted to reiterate the fact that we have settled into a regular schedule for work distribution. We are wanting to work with any family, any student who's having trouble accessing work, accessing resources, whether it's electronically, there's a problem. If they're not able to get hard copies of things, we've delivered materials. We've made special accommodations to get materials to students. So please contact your child's office if there's any problem that you're having. Hopefully we've been already reaching out to you. I think, through our process that we've put in place of contacting families on a regular basis, hopefully there's been ample opportunity for parents to ask us for help. But I'd like to say it again publicly once again, please let us know how we can help. We're either here in answering the phone, or we'll get back to you that day, because we're constantly available to communicate with our families. We're also really focusing, as we're heading, closer to, for example, the mid-marking period of the fourth quarter. There's going to be a real premium on quality feedback for students. We felt like, as part of our overall instructional program, we needed to make sure that we were giving kids good feedback and how they can improve, what they can do to master the material and the content that they're working on. So look for that. Is with the next round of feedback coming up. Our instructional plan is on our website now, and it's a fairly comprehensive document. It's probably, I don't know, 16 or 17 pages or something like that, that outlines how we're actually functioning and operating, big picture, as far as how we're distributing work, how we're communicating, what expectations are. Because our full expectation is, while we understand it's a challenging time, we still expect people to be engaging with us. And in cases where there's not engagement, we have been initiating wellness checks with Officer McCormick to check in on families to see if there's anything that we need to do to help them.
Sean,
Yes.
can I ask a question? Because I was asked this by somebody from another district. How do we work with Bobby just because he's our resource officer and that we've got that agreement with the village? Or is that something that, that could, possibly be, again, accessed just because that's part of the state plan, as it were? I mean, is that because we're unique and that's our relationship, or is that something that is encouraged, for example, from state ed or from the BOCES?
Yeah, that's not a part of anything that's, sort of required by the state. It was something that we made as part of our plan because it just made sense. We already had that relationship. We had a school resource officer. The police department, the village was willing to work with us on that, felt that it was a good thing to be involved with, for the greater good of the community. And so it's worked out well. It's worked out well because Mr. McCormick already knows a lot of the kids and the families. He knows our school. And so I think it's a good example of just sort of working together with people who can make things happen. And
right. Well, I think that's why I was asked, because people, understood what was happening here and they kind of wanted to know whether or not that was something that, we were just, again, very fortunate to have, and or whether it was something that other districts, particularly other districts, for example, who have maybe made use of, their relationships with Madison County. So, that's why I was asked, and I didn't really know the answer. So,
yeah, I think it's a mix. I think some districts are doing a similar thing, but my guess is probably not everybody, with an actual police officer.
Yeah. Well, I think we're lucky.
Yep. Yeah, it's working out well. The final thing on the instructional plan I wanted to mention was we also felt it was important to create some additional supplemental materials for our students. And so, for example, in Robert Street, for example, Mr. Faustino's been using some videos, resources to reinforce some of the goal setting practices that were in place early in the year. We're doing the same thing in the 712 building. The staff is going to be discussing further how we can utilize this package of materials that we've put together to give kids some structure who might need some more structure. How can you set goals? How can you modify goals as time goes on? How can you sort of put yourself on a schedule to get where you want to go? So again, this isn't a part of any state requirement. It's not a part of a required plan in any way, but it's something that our staff has talked about to say, hey, this is something additional that we can do, that we can offer our students as a tool. So then we can look at those in a future meeting, possibly, just to give you a taste of what some of those videos would look like and some of the accompanying resources look like, to help kids, who are struggling with the lack of structure. So those sorts of resources are available. And then finally, we're trying to do weekly updates. Our teaching staff has done a great job with doing a variety of videos on a weekly basis to sort of highlight what's going on. At the district office, we try to do the same. Some of our videos aren't as exciting as some of the things that the kids are doing, some of our teachers are doing, but we are trying to provide weekly updates on important topics like our food service plan, our instructional programs, and really importantly at this time of the year, our budget process. So continue to look for those. They're posted each week towards the end of the week on our website. And again, we'll continue to probably use those even after we're back to our regular schedule. Hopefully sooner than later, we'll still continue to use those opportunities to communicate to the community in different ways. Finally, I just wanted to update you again on the nutrition and food service plan. We continue to provide the Monday, Wednesday, Friday service, so 3 days of service and delivery by our drivers, but we're providing 7 days of week meals. All right. So, for example, Friday's distribution always includes a Saturday and Sunday meal, both breakfast and lunch. So, to date, we've had 63,314 through today total meals served since the shutdown. I believe that's one of the largest meal distributions of any school in our region. And so really thankful for the work that our food service and our transportation departments are doing. They're just doing a great job getting food out there and getting them out to kids. We've noticed that our numbers have not declined. They've actually been increasing in recent weeks to the point where we're averaging in the neighborhood of 674 students a day that are receiving meals. So that number, if you've been following the numbers, it's great. It's been going up. It's been ticking up. That number keeps rising. So it's good to see that people are taking advantage of that. And it's open to any of our students. So if you're not receiving meals and would like to, then please contact our transportation office and we'll make sure that we can make those arrangements with you. So I've been talking a long time, so I will wrap it up, but that's a general update on where we are. And as Nick said earlier, we'll continue to update you. There's a lot that's going to happen in the next really week and a half. So lots of updates to come.
I'm not trying to set you up here. I was asked late today, meal programs through the summer. Any thoughts or any idea what that may look like, or our typical? I'm not sure what typical is going to be. I didn't know if there was any thoughts for the summertime.
Yeah, I can answer that, Sean. We're already in the summer program already because we had to fill out a waiver in order to deliver once school closure happened. So that's already set in stone. We're not sure exactly what we're going to do. We have to first figure out what the 180-day requirement is and when that end date is. But when we go into the summertime, right now the initial thought process is, let's see if we have summer school first. Let's see if people can be in the building. But I think worst case scenario, we're just going to have pickup only.
Okay.
We're still going to have meals. I'm not sure about the weekends. I'll have to talk with BOCES and our food service director, but definitely during the week we will do pickup.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Anybody else for the superintendent? Okay, move on. Personnel recommendations. Resignations and retirements. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of the board does hereby accept Sigourney Sting's letter of resignation as a food service helper effective April 7th, 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. There is no permanent appointments. There's no substitute appointments. There's no coaching. To the other. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, Amelia Berzine, who possesses a school social worker permanent certificate issued by the Commissioner of Education, is respectively awarded tenure in the tenure area of school social worker effective September 1st, 2020, conditioned upon the complete the compliance of APPR requirements or waiver as determined by the state of New York. I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. 2, resolved upon the recommendation of superintendent of schools that Sarah Obey, who possesses an English to speakers to other language initial certificate issued by the Commissioner of Education, is prospectively awarded tenure in the tenure area of English language learner effective September 1st, 2020, conditioned upon the compliance of APPR requirement or waiver as determined by the state of New York. I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools that Tabitha Galanese White, how you say it, Debbie?
Gallon.
Yeah, Galanese, right? White, who possesses a students with disability grade 7 through 12 generalist professional certificate issued by the Commissioner of Education, is prospectively awarded tenure in the tenure area of special education effective September 27th, 2020, conditioned upon compliance of APPR requirement or waiver as determined by the state of New York. I have a motion.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. All right, we have no additional public comment period. Future dates. May 19th is a special meeting. It is executive session only at 6:30. On May 21st, there will be a special meeting to adopt the budget, and that will start at 6:30. It's a Thursday night. Thursday, May 28th, will be a budget hearing starting at 6 o'clock, also virtual. And all ballots and vote needs to be back on June 9th. All right. Can I have a proposal to go into executive session to discuss personnel?
Bill, was there, just as far as the date for the board meeting, I'm sorry, for the June 9th, the time, we had discussed possibly backing the start time for that meeting to 7:30.
Yes. Yeah, it's not on here, but yeah, 7:30. So on the June 9th, there is a scheduled board meeting to go to June 9th, to go at 7:30. That way we can have a by that time we should have a full vote and the determination. All right, so I'm still looking for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved. We got to sign out of here, right?
Well, yeah, so I'll let you go. All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're going to go to executive session. So you have a new calendar for that meeting. You should have an invite for me already, and so that I will meet you there.
Thanks.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
See you soon. Thank you.
Bye.
So moved.
Are we recording, Chris? Are we good? Okay, I got Lauren. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed, carried. We're adjourned. Thank you. Have a great night.
All right.